So when we get to this, I'm going to put it in here. In case I forget.
Do we do this Harvard
And then,
because it's always
okay.
leave it to me to ask dumb questions.
It's not dumb, it's a great question.
Same topic.
You got all your mom stuff taken care of? Don't have to go back and get
Want to be in the public pool? Well, it's on the transportation fee, I just wanted to talk about it. Is that okay, so you got it?
We have other people who want to speak during public hearing.
Yeah, she's, I don't know, she asked which one, so I'm not sure.
We have other people here. Can we put it down there?
Gotta remember my cane.
So, at the beginning of the meeting, we have a public forum on any topic. We're also having a public hearing on the transportation fee. Do you want to speak specifically on transportation fee during the public hearing time?
Whatever's best, I don't care.
Well, we're going to have some other people on that.
Yes, that would be
Let's do that. Near the end. We're at the beginning. Okay.
Because I've got a
Okay.
telephone call at 8 o'clock.
We'll put you that way.
Very senior session.
Good, how are you?
Oh, no, I get
Well, I would think it would come in long, perfect to pull along. And let us get along. I know.
Yeah, how was it?
are indeed.
Sergeant Brooks, Deputy Sheriff, Deputy Brooks, and doing a charge and stops. Including at the that used to be in the motel.
Good evening and welcome to the Creswell City Council meeting for April 10, 2023. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all for coming tonight. We begin each of our City Council meetings with a public forum, and that's the time period allotted of 30 minutes on which members of our community can speak to the council about any subject. We have a number of people who signed up for the public forum, and then later in the meeting when we have two different public hearings, you also have an opportunity to speak during the public hearing. So we have some individuals who signed up for the public forum, which is right now, and other individuals who signed up for the public hearing, which is later in the meeting. So twice tonight during the meeting, we'll have opportunities to hear from members of the public. So first, for our public forum, each speaker is allotted 3 minutes, and I will announce your name and the topic. The first speaker is Molly Smith, who would like to talk to the council about making F Street safer. If you come up here to the podium.
We came here together to speak, can we both come up at the same time so you don't have to do me later?
You're on the same subject, right?
Yes.
Yes, you may. Are you Rebecca?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Molly Smith and Rebecca Carlton. Speak right into that microphone, as well as you can.
I am here to tell you about a dangerous street located in the 100 block of West F Street. Cars are being sideswiped and accidents have occurred many times. Most vehicles do not stop at the stop sign and speeding occurs daily. I'm very worried about this street also because the school bus and LTD stops there twice while crossing the street at the corner of West F and South 2nd Street. I have come close to being hit by cars that swerved around me while they also ran the stop sign. I'm not sure what can be done to make this safer, but I would like to suggest speed bumps. Other people I've talked to like this idea, and I'm sure other people could come up with other ideas that might help make it a little safer. That's all. Thank you.
I also want to mention that at least 5 of our neighbors have had their vehicles sideswiped on our street, including mine. And
We just got
there's
hit.
a playground nearby, and there's a family apartment complex on the street, and we're always worried about the children getting hit by cars.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe that one of you has sent a letter to the council, all the council members, and put that in our box. And that will be in our correspondence for the May council meeting as well. And Manager Amberg and Alonzo, Councilor Castillo and I have talked about that. So it's definitely on our radar. So thank you very much for bringing that concern to us. Our next speaker is Carrie Johnson, speaking about the transportation utility fee.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Carrie Johnson. I'm a local business owner and landlord, and I've come today to tell you that while I do wholeheartedly support your desire to improve the transportation infrastructure of the city, I don't support the idea to pass a significant tax of this nature with no input whatsoever from the persons who will ultimately fund it. In one of my businesses, I underwrite financing loans to businesses and individuals. One thing I would never do is disperse funds to a business or an individual without specifications of how those funds are to be spent and benchmarks to ensure that they are spent wisely and properly. To ask the taxpayers of Creswell to essentially provide you with a blank check that is not tied to specific projects necessarily and offers no accountability is a dereliction of duty, in my opinion. It will plant seeds of distrust amongst your constituents, and the next time that you need the taxpayers to reach into their wallets, they may think twice about that. As an example of how to handle this tax or similar tax, the City of Eugene recently received voter approval of a community safety initiative and tax. And the reason they received approval is because there were very specific accountability requirements attached. Things like creating a separate fund for that specific tax revenue that could be tracked, ensuring that that money wouldn't replace other money that had already been voted on and allocated toward that, requiring an independent financial audit to ensure that truly community safety is where those dollars were being spent. And then lastly, establishing a citizen advisory board for annual performance audits to really have an annual check-in and then sunsetting it or whatever might be necessary. As we all know, if local businesses are expected to shoulder the majority of this fee, which it's looking like, they will simply pass those increased costs on to the consumers and the residents of the city. Knowing that, shouldn't the residents get to decide whether or not to support this tax, as they will ultimately bear the burden? I am asking you to put the transportation utility fee to a vote and to provide your constituents with transparency and oversight about how you intend to spend their money. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Pliska, also speaking about the transportation utility fee.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak here. My name is Jim Pliska, own a few businesses. the hotel across, Comfort Inn Suites across the street, Emerald Valley Golf Course and Resort. And I just, I looked at the tax and basically, I mean, it's not a huge amount of money, but it is. Every dollar counts. At the hotel, it's over $3,000 a year. And we already have, there's a income tax, hotel tax, property tax, gas tax, equipment tax, a cat tax. We paid SDCs when we built the facilities, which should, be part of this for these improvements. And what I don't understand is, there's a $4 million project on, 2nd Street. Usually when you go in and build a business, you end up having to pay for off-site improvements, like road improvements that you're, doing. Why aren't, people on 2nd Street, paying for those improvements, and where everybody out, or you're trying to spread it to other people throughout the whole community to pay for those improvements? They might be needed, they might not, I don't know. But anyway, I'm totally against another tax. And one other thing I saw in the right-of-way into the industrial property. Why would you subsidize a right-of-way project? I know it's not a whole huge amount of money, but I think it was like $375,000 or something like that as a future project by the Motel 6 or whatever that is there. But usually, if somebody's going to develop that property, they would pay for that. So I don't know why it's being subsidized for something like that. But anyway, I just feel it's another, you say, well, you could add it onto your price, but really can't, because we're not, like the hotel itself, I mean, we're competing with all businesses up and down the I-5 corridor. So, I mean, we're basically would have to suck it up in a sense. So, anyway, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Basarada, also on the TUF.
Good evening, my name is Daniel Basaraba. I'm a longtime resident of Creswell and I own several properties here. As a real estate investor, it's been a goal of mine to bring more jobs and businesses and affordable housing to Creswell by reinvigorating the old Bald Knob Mill as well as the old Super 8 Motel. Currently, the old mill accounts for approximately 75% of the city's industrial land. I speak on behalf of the businesses on my property when I say I object to the transportation utility fee that is being voted on tonight. Part of my objection to the TUF is that there are simply way more questions right now than there are answers. How can you approve something that hasn't been a fully vetted out process? Recent discussions with the city manager have revealed a concerning lack of answers to some of the simplest yet most important questions. Recently, I met with her and the finance director. During that meeting, I attempted to discuss some of the specifics of my property. I posed approximately 7 direct questions and I don't feel I got a direct answer to any of those questions. We've all heard several times now that staff is willing and open to hear questions and provide answers to businesses and people. And after my meeting, I can tell you that I did not walk away feeling like those were answered. And then after the last council meeting, hearing somebody ask about the $17,000 line item, and then to hear that we replaced a reader board that's not even broken just because it's out of warranty does not inspire me, or probably anybody else, to want to give more money through a tax. I've heard plenty from Mr. Piper and the consultant, over an hour of their testimony in favor of this, and we're only given 3 minutes at a time to speak against this. I don't think that that's a fair amount of time in contrast to this. I think that, like some of these other folks have said, this is going to be passed on to the residents of Creswell. That's what businesses do, otherwise they don't stay in business. So as you tout that it's only $4, it's really more likely $20 a month that the residents end up shouldering of this. And so because of that, I'm just asking that the council allow the people to vote on this. And more directly, I'm asking for a counselor, someone to make a motion that this go to the people for a vote, and I'm asking that one of you will second that motion. And that way we can all see who is for the people getting a say in this and who's not. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jenny Carmichael, also speaking about the transportation utility fee.
Hello, my name's Jenny Carmichael, and my husband and I have lived in Creswell for 28 years. And in fact, I used to sit in one of your chairs, not in this building, but in the building next door, back more than 20 years ago. And it's a big responsibility. And I thank you for your service and your willingness to spend the time to take on these issues that are important to Creswell. I'm here for one reason and one reason only. We didn't get the job done when I was on the city council. And it has been many, many years, decades in the making, what our roads look like now. It hasn't been addressed. We have more and more people that are coming to Creswell to live. I know personally, just in the last month, 4 families who have chosen to make Creswell their home, and where they're going to send their kids to school, where people are going to ask to go for walks and ride in a wheelchair or a cane. We need our roads to be good in our terrific community of Creswell. I don't know the answer to some of the questions that people have raised, and certainly the whole issue of systems development charges and how this plays in and how you deal with that after the fact. I don't know the answer to that, but I implore you to have the courage to deal with this issue for Creswell, because we are a great community and we need our roads to be good and just as wonderful as our bakery. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jenny. Our next speaker is Sean Freeze, speaking about basketball hoops and trailer camping across City Hall.
My name's Sean Freeze. I live off of Leah Lane, off of 5th Street, and my main concern is the basketball hoops and all that. I have one that I got ticketed for, and I'm not blocking the sidewalk. I have an easement that just has a tree and gravel. And the previous code inspector, 2 years ago, I had him come to my house. He said I was good to go. I haven't had a problem for 2 years. Now all of a sudden they say that I can't have a basketball hoop there. I'm not blocking a road. I'm not on a sidewalk. Chelsea told me to come and talk here, so I don't know if this is the place for it. But in my opinion, I know where I used to live on Sandalwood Loop, my basketball hoop did block a sidewalk, so we'd move it every time because there was some handicapped and wheelchair people that would come down our way. So I totally understand that. My main concern is if we're going to hold people in our neighborhoods accountable for that type of stuff. I drive by every day, and all the motorhomes right across City Hall have generators, bikes, barbecues. One caught on fire, and I don't see, when I come and I talk to somebody and they say, well, we don't bother them because if we ticket them, they just can't pay. To me, it's not right. I totally understand all of that. So I don't know how to go about having somebody else look at my photos and see if I'm in the wrong or not. I was also told that the street I live on is one of the few in Creswell that has an easement type deal that's not blocking anything, and so it's not fair to the people that don't have that in their roads. Well, I can't help that. So anyway, that's all I was want to express. The kids are gonna start coming out. I know some places basketball hoops are an issue, but I just wanted to think that a lot of people have brought it up that we need to have the kids out playing and stuff, and if we can allow it, then I think it would be a good thing. So that's all I got.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, those are our public forum tonight. So now we move on to item number 2, which is the mayor's report. Before we do that, I'm going to ask the council, tonight we have Faye Stewart here from the City of Cottage Grove, who needs to bring action item 6A to us, a resolution having to do with enterprise zone. But Faye needs to be in Cottage Grove for city council meeting. And so I'm asking if council will give their approval to moving that item up to right now so we can address the enterprise zone, and then Faye can scoot down the freeway to Cottage Grove. So council, would you give your approval to moving that item? Okay, so we're going to move item 6A up to this point.
Dave,
Yes.
I wanted to talk, is it too late to do the public forum? I didn't think it was quite 30 minutes.
Well, you need to turn in a speaker form
Well, where do I turn that in at?
right up here.
Oh, okay. Oh, no.
Okay, then we will continue our public forum with Dana Paparo? Paparo. All right.
Thank you. So I would just like to kind of reiterate what they have said. We are a new business in Creswell. And, you know, I would just like you to think about when you were elected. And on your bio, if you put on there, elect me, I am going to put on a utility tax to you. I'm not going to tell you how much, it's a secret. But just trust me with your money. Or you ran against someone that said, elect me, I am going to be transparent. I will, anything that we are going to do, I'm going to put it out to a vote, or at least get public opinion, and see how all you residents in Creswell feel about this. Who do you think probably would have won? Because I'm just going to say that I feel like spending people's money, not being transparent. I mean, I'm a business owner, not one person has contacted me and told me anything about this tax. If I didn't know through my landlord, I would be in the dark. And I think a lot of businesses are in the dark with this. I don't know how much it is. I don't know if it's $1. I don't know if it's $100 a month. I don't know if it's $1,000 a month. Nobody can give us an answer. Then it's going to be on this appeal thing where you can appeal. So now my buddy gets less. I have to pay more. Too many unanswered questions. I feel like there needs to be more transparency. Totally agree with we need new roads. I don't have a problem, you know, paying something, but I'd like to know what. I don't go into the store and say, I'm going to buy that dress. I don't know how much it costs, but I'm going to buy it, and then I get a $5,000 bill. Oh, well, I wouldn't have bought the dress if it was $5,000. So I really feel like you guys just, I think you're on the right path, but I think as a business owner, I know I couldn't go to my customers and say, you know, your oil change, but I don't know how much it's going to cost. We're going to go ahead and do it, and then I'll just give you the bill, and it's a surprise. So, you know, those are some things that, as council people, I would really like you to think about. And then I think what Daniel said was exactly right. Really, the residents of Creswell will be double taxed, because what will happen is you'll get it on your utility tax at home, and then all of us business owners, we're going to get our bill, and then we're going to raise our prices accordingly. And you all are who we do business mostly with. I mean, Eugene resident doesn't drive to Creswell Bi-Mart. They have their own Bi-Mart. So you go to Bi-Mart, and now you live in Creswell, so now you're paying your utility tax. Now you're paying again at Bi-Mart. Now you're paying again at Figaro's. Now you're paying again, you know, wherever it is. So I think there's a better answer there's a better answer. And I just encourage you guys to look for that little better answer. Keep looking, keep doing it. And, you know, maybe if you don't want to put it out for a vote, I mean, I would really encourage for you to let the residents vote on it. At least I got a questionnaire from the county about roads. So maybe at least put out at least a questionnaire and to all the business owners, because we wouldn't know anything. Nobody has contacted us. So, it was my time up.
Yep.
Sorry. Okay,
No
thank
problem.
you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move with Faye Stewart. This is the resolution number 2023-04, Enterprise Zone Redesignation. Thank you for coming, Faye.
Great to be here. Thank you, Mayor Stram and City Council. Good evening. So this evening I'm here. I'm the Public Works and Development Director for the City of Cottage Grove, but I also wear a hat that is the Enterprise Zone Manager for the Cottage Grove, Creswell, and South Plain Enterprise Zone. Our Enterprise Zone partnership has been in place for 10 years. Enterprise Zones are approved for 10-year periods, and so our 10 years is up, and for us to continue the Enterprise Zone, we must request reauthorization. The process in requesting reauthorization is to, the first step was I held or requested holding a meeting for all the affected taxing districts in the zone. There are 13 affected taxing districts, and we had that meeting in Cottage Grove at City Hall on February 22nd. The attendees were Creswell's city manager and their city planner. So we went ahead and asked questions and made a presentation to your mayor and planner, answered any questions, and that fulfilled the first part of it. The second requirement is that each jurisdiction partner must pass a resolution or an order requesting the reauthorization. So that's why I'm here this evening. We held on March 13th, I went before the City Council in Cottage Grove and received the support of reauthorization with passing the resolution. I went before the Lane County Board of Commissioners on March, I believe, 21st, and seeked their approval, and they supported approval. So this evening is kind of the last step in securing all the documents necessary for me to send in the application, and that would be Creswell's support. So there's a lot of new faces on this council that I haven't seen in my years, so I thought maybe I'd just take a few minutes and talk about the Enterprise Zone and answer any questions you might have and see what you think. So Enterprise Zones were authorized under ORS 285C.050 through .659 under Oregon State statute. It was enacted in 1985, and the current statute sunsets in 2025. Essentially, the legislature determined that they needed to find a way to stimulate and protect the economic success in rural areas. That was during a time when we were witnessing lumber mills go out of business, trying to replace the loss of those jobs with new businesses was really challenging in rural areas. So the Enterprise Zone is designed, if businesses qualify, to allow them to apply for a 3-year property tax exemption on new investment in the property, provided they meet the criteria of increasing their employment by 10%. So if you were hypothetically a brand new company coming into this zone and you met the criteria to apply for it, essentially you create one new job, that would be a brand new job in that zone, and you would at least be authorized to proceed and hopefully seek approval. If you were an existing company, hypothetically like Weyerhaeuser and Cottage Grove, and you applied for exemption on some new investment in your company, as provided they would increase their employment by 10%, which would be approximately 30 jobs, then they would be able to seek that three-year exemption. So it really helps when companies come in and make an initial investment. It gives them a little bit of time, a 3-year period, to help get established before the property taxes on that new investment kicks in. So what qualifies us for applying for the enterprise zone is that essentially we have to show that our median income in the zone is lower than the statewide average. The statewide average in 2021 is $37,816. Our zone is the average, and it takes Cottage Grove, the Saginaw area, the unincorporated Lane County that is in the zone, and Creswell. Our zone is 72% of the state average at $27,304. Interestingly, it was posed to me by the city planner here. He said, well, I believe our median income is actually higher than that. Well, it is, but luckily for us, Saginaw and Cottage Grove are considerably lower, so it drops the average for the entire district down, or zone, I should say. The zones can have a maximum of 15 acres in size. They can stretch a length of anywhere from 12 to 25 miles, so that allows us to have the zone extend from the tip of Cottage Grove to the south to the northern tip of Creswell and all in between. Currently, the state has authorized 76 enterprise zones. They have a maximum of 76, so anybody that would like to create a new enterprise zone essentially would have to apply and hope that one of the existing enterprise zones fails to meet the criteria for renewal, or they decide not to renew. Currently, there are 10 zones that are up for renewal, and ours is one of them. There are 7 zones that are partially or entirely in Lane County. Of course, there's ours, there's Florence, Junction City, Harrisburg, Oak Ridge, West First, Springfield, Veneta, West Eugene, and Lane County is a co-applicant on 3 of those. This zone was actually first established in 2002. It was a partnership between Cottage Grove and Lane County. Then in 2012, when the zone needed to be renewed, it was during a period of time when some of you might remember when the Bald Knob Mill site burnt down. There was an effort to really, how can we work to rebuilding that site or bringing new jobs to the site. So that was why Creswell was added to the enterprise zone at that time. The city council requested that that take place, and it was approved back in 2012. Okay, talked about it. So I'd like to share just what is eligible for businesses what businesses would be eligible for applying. So you have to be a manufacturer or a processor, shipper, a variety of operations that serve other organizations can qualify, call centers, and headquarter type facilities. And our enterprise zone is unique. We're one of the few that also is elected to allow the enterprise zone credit to apply to hotels, motels, and resorts. Items that are not eligible are tourism items, retail food, entertainment, childcare, financial services, property management, housing or construction, retail sales, or healthcare. And generally when a company is interested and I'm meeting with those folks, we schedule a meeting between Lane County's manager and myself, and we meet with the prospective company that's interested, and then we work to ensure that they qualify under the rules before we even ask them to submit an application. Some of the things so generally what qualifies for the exemption, so is essentially new investments So hypothetically, if I was to come before and I bought a piece of property, the piece of property does not qualify. It's already on the tax rolls and it's an existing investment. What would qualify is if I wanted to build a brand new building, if I wanted to rehab, do a major renovation to an existing building, or if I wanted to or needed to purchase equipment. So take for instance PacTech in Cottage Grove. PacTech bought a vacant building in Cottage Grove, invested a considerable amount of money to rehab the building to make it habitable for their business, and then they invested in the equipment. And the equipment, their presses, one press is in excess of $3 million. And so those items were approved and qualify for the exemption for the 3-year period. Let's see. So essentially, that's pretty much an overview. I guess I would touch a little bit on the results of the enterprise zone. So between 2012 and 2022, there's been $814,000 that's been exempted value in the Cottage Grove and South Lane Enterprise Zone. There has been nothing in Creswell. There hasn't been an authorized application for the Enterprise Zone in Creswell. That being said, I will say we've had conversations with several businesses in Cottage Grove. I was cautiously optimistic that one would have applied this last year, but my understanding, the business took a different direction, and so therefore wasn't going to build a new facility and just continue to operate the existing one. So how we hear about, or how I hear about it, is generally from the staff here at the City of Creswell, or they send the company directly to me to talk about the potential of the enterprise credit or exemption. During that period of time, there's been 108 jobs created in Cottage Grove or the South Lane. The one in the South Lane portion of the enterprise zone is the Saginaw Mill site, and maybe you might remember several years ago that site actually burned, and the occupants, Witzel Manufacturing, was able to take advantage of the enterprise zone credit to rebuild their facility there and reemploy. So that's kind of a brief overview of the enterprise zone, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Faye. Council members, do you have questions for Faye? Councilor Smith.
There's been recent talks about a possible moratorium that have anything to do, would one preclude the other? If we put a moratorium on building, would that affect somebody who wanted to develop the property further?
Mayor Strand, Councilor Smith, it looks like your city administrator, Amber, would like to answer.
I don't know if you care to answer a question about our moratorium, but if there's no building, there can't be any sort of development. So, so maybe I'm not understanding your question.
So if you have a piece of land and somebody wants to develop that land, they want to put a building in and provide 50 jobs, would a moratorium stop that?
If they were going to connect to, if they were going to connect to sewer and water, it would.
Okay. Good enough for me.
Other questions?
Okay, I think we're good. Okay. So, council members, we have a resolution before us, and I'm entertaining a motion from the council.
I'll motion it.
Councilor Smith.
I motion to move forward.
Okay, there's a suggested motion here. You don't have to use that.
Blacked out on me. Apologize. I move that the city council approve Resolution 2023-04, a resolution supporting redesignation of the Cottage Grove, Creswell, and Southland County Enterprise Zone.
I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Councilor Holt seconds the motion. Council members, any further discussion? Council will proceed to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. All right, motion passes with Councilor Shuck voting in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Stram and Council. I appreciate your time this evening. And I get to go to Cottage Grove. I appreciate getting to listen to the comments in regards to your transportation proposal, because I will be kicking off this evening, hopefully with council support, a lengthy conversation on how to address Cottage Grove Street issues. So thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much, Faye. Okay, we move now to the Arbor Day Proclamation Mayor's Report. So I would like to read the proclamation for you. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas the city of Creswell has maintained its status as a Tree City USA for 13 years, in recognition of its dedication to the preservation and value of its urban forest, now therefore, I, Dave Stram, Mayor of the City of Creswell, do hereby proclaim April 29, 2023 as Arbor Day in the City of Creswell. And I urge all citizens to celebrate and support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. And further, I urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. Dated this day, April 10, 2023. So I'm looking to the City Council for your consent to the proclamation of Arbor Day.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I encourage you, on April 29th, there will be a celebration of Arbor Day at Creswell's Holt Park, starting at 11 o'clock. Okay, very good. All right, we move on to correspondence. We have one letter that we received. Council, any comments that you wish to make on the letter? All right, if not, then we will move on to the consent calendar. In the consent calendar, all items are considered routine and are enacted by a single motion from the council. If any councilor wishes to pull an item from the consent calendar for the purpose of correction, we will do that. Councilors, is there anything that needs to be pulled from the consent calendar? If not, then I'm entertaining a motion to adopt the consent calendar as presented. Councilor Shuck.
I make a motion to adopt the consent calendar as presented.
I have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second from Councilor Castillo. Any further discussion? If not, council will proceed to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. We move to item 5, which is administrative report. Manager Amberg.
Thank you, Mayor. The first reports are our March bills. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Go ahead, Councilor Clark.
Sure, thank you. Fantastic report as per usual. And so I just had a question, actually it was on the very first page of the bills. And so I just noticed a payment of $39,113.40 to the Creswell Chamber of Commerce. And so just wondering if you could talk more about that.
Right, the city receives money from hotel taxes, and that money can only be used for tourism. And the Chamber of Commerce does an excellent job of doing tourism for the city, and so we pass along the money straight to them. It goes to fund the 4th of July events.
I have a question on the Lane County Sheriff's Office payment of $268,000 some odd. Is that annual payment? Is that quarterly payment?
That's a quarterly payment.
So we pay that 4 times a year?
Correct.
Okay. Councilors, other questions about the bills?
Okay, then the next administrative report is from the Lane County Sheriff's Calls for Service, and Sergeant Speldridge is here. He can answer your questions about calls for service or any other items from our law enforcement.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Sergeant Alex Beldridge, for those who haven't met me before. So if you're looking at the numbers as presented, that we're pretty much on par with what's been the norm in Creswell. Nothing's really standing out, and we're just kind of addressing issues as they rise. If anybody has any questions about any of these numbers or any of that, the floor is open for that. So,
Council members, questions?
yes, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant Speldridge.
Speldridge.
I'm still working on your last name. Thank you for including the speed citations. So the calls, can you explain a little bit? So I'm assuming cases is going to be actual citations, or?
So in this situation, the only record I have is for when the citations are actually issued. So that's where the calls are. It's just added into the form with no case numbers because we don't pull case numbers for citations. So these are the actual speed citations that have been issued. There's been numerous vehicle stops that aren't recorded as a call for service because we make so many of them, the numbers would be inflated. So those are the actual citations we've issued. We only issued 3 this last month, which is pretty much on par for the city of Creswell.
All right, thank you.
So along the same line, that's a new notation, if I'm correct.
Yes.
But it would be interesting to have that included in regular reports, because as we've heard tonight, we have concerns on F Street and South Second, which I live in that same area, and to hear of cars being sideswiped, and yes, there are many children there. The LTD bus comes through, I think, twice a day. So, and that's something we've talked about. So we have a number of different areas in town that are very important that we want to have our deputies looking at. So I would like to see the speed citations on here on a regular report if we can.
Yeah, and that's something that I passed on to the deputies. We are going to track the speed citations until we're told otherwise. That number does not include other citations we issue. So, for example, driving while suspended citations, driving uninsured citations, failing to stop at stop signs. That number does not include that. We don't track on a number those types of citations. And just as a side note, after becoming aware of the F Street, the deputies are supposed to be upping their patrols of that issue.
Thank you.
So you may see a little more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, other questions? Councilor Clark?
I noted that there was a Measure 11 call, and so I was just wondering if you could speak more to that.
So you'll see that there was a Measure 11 call, but no case number. And the reason why is because it was determined to be fictitious. Somebody called and reported an incident that they were not entirely truthful when they reported it, and we determined that very early on, and it was addressed in other ways.
Sergeant Speldridge, can you speak about our unhoused population and how we're doing with that?
So at this point, we're enforcing the 72-hour rule. So we're kind of moving people around. You'll see they'll move, and then a couple days later, they'll move back to certain areas. Right now, as we've discussed, we're kind of waiting for some guidance on where to go with that, past that. I believe that's coming up in an upcoming session, what we'll figure out to do. But we are enforcing that. We do have a couple, I think 2 of our unhoused people have left town. Our normal unhoused people have left town, moved to different areas. And there's roughly probably 6 or 7 that are still consistently in our area, either living in vehicles or in tents, so.
So it was mentioned tonight that along with some of the RVs that are parked on the side of the street, that there might also be barbecue set out on sidewalks, bicycles, other things that impede the right-of-way. Is that something that when you're out enforcing the 72-hour notice, if you notice things like that, you can report those to Chelsea?
So yes, we work closely with her with regards to these unhoused people, and we address those issues as we contact them as well. If they have, a bicycle lane on the sidewalk, we will tell them, hey, you need to move. There's a 72-hour rule, and you can't keep your bicycle on the sidewalk. It's just something we have to address as we go. There's one particular, unhoused person who has the generator, and we have all tried to get him to keep that thing out of the sidewalk, but ultimately there's some medical issues with why he has to have it. So we're trying to kind of find that balance between compassion and enforcement. So until we have a better direction on what we can do past that 72-hour rule and keep stuff out of the right of way, the best that we can do is tell them you have to move, and then follow up with Chelsea, who can do the code violation if she determines that's the right course.
Other questions? Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
No.
Oh, go ahead.
This is the council time.
Okay.
All right. But after the meeting or any other time, you may certainly talk with the Sergeant Speldridge.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, Andrew Amber.
Thank you, Sergeant. The next report is the city attorney report. If you have any questions about that, I can try and answer them. The code enforcement report follows that. Chelsea, as you can see, is getting a lot of basketball hoops in the right-of-way. And so she has been addressing that.
So kind of a follow-up question, basketball hoops in an easement. Because all of these pictures here show them either in the road or on the sidewalk, clearly impeding the right-of-way. But it's an interesting situation if it's in an easement. I don't know how that would apply. Would there be a difference?
An easement is a specific kind of property that is, I don't think that's the word you want to use. The issue before was that, that was brought up before, was that the basketball is still in the right-of-way. It's not in an easement. But it is in a unpaved portion of the right-of-way. So it's in a grassy strip within the right-of-way.
Okay.
So it's still within the right-of-way. The right-of-way goes up into the end of the sidewalk, the edge of the sidewalk.
So if it's on a personal front lawn,
it's fine.
Even though the hoop may hang over the sidewalk at 10-foot level?
If you notice, there's also a bit of the code that's added into the report, and you're not allowed to create a hazard. So if it's hanging over into the sidewalk in a manner in which someone might hit it with their head or something like that, that would be creating a hazard.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Clark.
I was going to ask I think a similar question, just because I was interested in the very first picture that's listed. So it's the first one on the left on the code report, and so it looked like it was not on a sidewalk, but it might be just an unpaved portion of a sidewalk.
It looks like it's in the gravel area, but it's still in the right of way.
In the right of way, great.
And we don't allow obstructions in the right of way.
Okay. Councilor Holt.
Where do we allow basketball hoops for children to play in their neighborhoods?
In their yard, in their driveway, on private property.
Is it possible that we can have a discussion about this in our next work session? I'd like to talk a little more on this, because I do agree that if we're going to enforce codes for residents, we either need to be enforcing those codes across the board fairly, or we need to discuss alternative solutions to help make it feasible for our children to play near their homes safely, but also make sure that we're continuing to keep right-of-ways open and be safe for other people. But I do think that we need to put a little of attention on this. That would be my preference anyhow.
So we recently were asked to take a look at our backyard burning. So I would recommend that Councilor Castillo and I, in consultation with Manager Amber, determine a future work session. We have very full work sessions, the next couple ones coming up. And do a review of our ordinance, which would then lead to a council discussion of the ordinance, and we can approach it that way. How does that sound?
That would be fine with me. I would like that.
So, Councilor Castillo, can you make a note that the next time the three of us meet, this will be a topic, and we'll look at a future work session where we can put that on, and we'll review our ordinance like we did with backyard burning, and then we can have a discussion of how that applies. I think it's a good thing for us to talk about, because as you can see from the pictures, certain times of the year, the basketball hoops show up all over town. And I have to confess, 25 years ago when I had a little boy at home, we had two in our cul-de-sac, and I was the one who put one out for a number of years. And I knew nothing about the ordinance. So I think it's a good thing for us to be really well appraised of it, because we live in the community, and sometimes we're the best ones to say to our neighbors, you might want to consider moving that, and here's why. So the ordinance does need to make sense to us, and then we can be the ones who help communicate that. So we'll do that. Okay, anything further on code? Councilor Clark?
I'm sorry, it's not on code, but I think along with this discussion, it might be good also to have information about how many basketball hoops are available in our parks.
Well, I would just recommend we have one park with one set of courts. Is that correct? Do we have any other parks with courts, Cliff?
We do not.
So the city owns one park with one basketball court with probably 6 hoops?
6 hoops.
6 hoops. Other than that, it's the schools, and it's what you put up at your own home, right? So, and Creswell is a proud basketball community. I see your Zags shirt. Yeah, we're proud of our connection there.
Yes, we are.
Okay, any other comments about code? Okay, Manager Ember.
Okay. The next is the building permit recap report. And then that is followed by the strategic plan update for the first quarter of the strategic plan.
Okay, strategic plan. So I'm hoping, councilors, we've looked over the strategic plan.
We did.
Comments?
I'll
observations?
make a comment.
Okay.
I just want to say that I appreciate your detailed notes on your progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question on item objective goal 2, objective on safety for all. Item number 2B, educate the community about flood risk within the city. Town meeting was held.
A town meeting was held with the FEMA. FEMA held a town meeting on the flood insurance and flood risk.
And that was
map.
recently?
Gosh, I can't tell you what day that was, but Curtis was there and represented staff at that meeting. But it is a it was a FEMA event.
Was it well attended by people from the city?
I don't know.
Okay. I was just curious, I saw that and thought, oh, I hadn't heard about that one. And then under 4, just a reminder, counselors, we need to do our FEMA training. Haven't got that completed yet. It's an arduous process, but we have to do that. Other comments, counselors? I appreciated under goal 3, community education outreach, under generating materials, that we have put out a lot of information over the last couple months on the TUF. Through all the different sources we talked about here. I appreciated that. So I also appreciated all the detail, seeing all the work that's been done on the strategic plan. Councilor Clark.
I was going to say my comments also echo your own. As I was reading over this, I was also reflecting on the amount of information, I think in particular, that's been available on social media over the course of the last month, and it has just been fantastic and very informative. I also agree the amount of information that's been put out about the TUF, I think, has been fantastic. Again, very, very informative. And as I read over all the progress on all of our strategic goals, I was just really impressed with the amount of work that is being done by city staff, and I think it's just notable and commendable.
Thank you. I don't think everybody understands what a small staff we have and how absolutely remarkable each individual is that works for the city of Creswell. They really have the heart of Creswell, or they have a heart for Creswell. And they come and they work hard and they do a great job and try to make a good difference for the community that they serve.
Okay. Manager Amberg.
Okay, the next is the backyard burning follow-up.
Council members, questions or comments?
In addition to this report, since this report was created, I've had a conversation with our El Rapa representative, and he has contacted the HOA, is my understanding, and they've had a conversation regarding El Rapa's role and how to address backyard burning in Creswell and what the rules are and things like that.
Councilors, comments, questions? All right, Manager Amberg.
And then the last is the city manager's goals, first quarter update.
Mr. Holt.
I again have no questions. I just want to commend you on very detailed notes. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to compliment you, Manager Amberg, on hires. You've had a ton of hires over the last year. And once again, you've hired another individual, and all I put down was excellent hires.
Yeah, I do have to say, our most recent hire has done an amazing job with social media. She's a youngish person. I would call her a young person, but I'm getting old. She just knows the platforms. She knows how to schedule things. She knows what people are looking for. She's highly professional. And I have to give her all the credit. She's done a great job. And working with Jim to put together some of the wording on the TUF so that we could get the word out. And that concludes the administrative reports for tonight.
Okay. All right, we move on to council action items, and we jump right to B, which has to do with the contract for wastewater treatment plan, facility plan update. Cliff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I must be getting old because I have to use these to see anymore. I believe you're all aware of the issues that we have at the wastewater plant. DEQ, excuse me, has issued us a new permit, and within that permit there is a compliance schedule. And that compliance schedule has dates and times and items that we need to complete to stay in compliance. I'm going to read the actual statement that's right out of the permit. It says by 12/1 of 2024, the permittee, which is us, City of Creswell, must submit an updated draft facilities plan that includes revised flow, population, and load projections and proposed wastewater treatment plant upgrade. Within 3 months of receiving DEQ comments, permittee must revise documents in accordance with DEQ comments and submit the final document. So what that means is we're on the timeline to get this created and get a report back to DEQ. So the next move for us is to go out for an engineer that can do that work for us. We have done that through an RFQ process. West Yost was the only engineer that responded, so that made our selection process pretty easy. They have submitted a scope of work and a cost estimate. So before you is that for your consideration for us to enter into a contract to approve the city manager, enter into that contract. So it's here for your consideration, and the cost is $219,120 for that work. And attached, you'll see the scope of work that covers all the requirements within the permit, and then the next page is the cost estimate fee.
Okay. Council, do you have questions for Cliff? Councilor Shutt.
Cliff, have you worked with this engineering firm before?
Yes, we have. They've done a couple of projects for us, and they actually engineered the existing wastewater plant, so they have.
Perfect answer. My concern with them being the only one to respond to the RFQ, should we extend that out and look for a competitor to them, or are you personally comfortable? Do you feel comfortable speaking on record today that you're comfortable with this being a competitive number that they've given us?
So the number doesn't actually apply to how you get a contractor anymore. It depends on how you go out for. If you go out for a request for proposal or a request for qualifications, and we did qualifications.
We did qualifications.
Because we need them to be able to do the work that DEQ outlined us.
Okay.
So the number doesn't necessarily tell you the story. But I'm very comfortable with West Yost. We've worked with their lead engineer, Walt Meyer. They've done good work for us in the past.
Thank you.
Further questions for Cliff? I just noted in here, interesting, that one of the alternatives to be evaluated is pumping wastewater to the Eugene Springfield MWMC. What does that stand for?
I don't remember the exact acronym, but it means City of Eugene Wastewater Plant.
So we'd be pumping it up towards Goshen, where they're going to be coming down to connect with Goshen?
To Short Mountain. So that's one of the options we're going to have them look at.
Okay. Councilor Castillo.
Metropolitan Wastewater Management Council is what I believe that is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And kind of a little bit of a follow-up on regards to that. I mean, I don't, it's a very complicated process and so forth, but what we have sounds very expensive to do when we have all this, but to get the water all the way to their treatment plant, how would they do that? That just sounds super expensive.
So that's one of the options that our engineering firm that we're going to hire would look at. But there has been some forward thinking already established. We have a 12-inch wastewater line that goes out to our Dillard site where we pump effluent currently, which is just across I-5 from Short Mountain. And Short Mountain is going to be putting in a facility for their leachate that is going to go to Glenwood and then eventually on down to the wastewater plant for the city of Eugene. So it's a kind of a conglomeration of folks that's going to be involved in extending that. But there's going to be a facility at Short Mountain, and we already have a facility that's basically across I-5. So we're really just looking at maybe a bore under I-5, but that'll be a costing thing that our engineers will do for us.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? If not, I'm entertaining a motion on item 6B. Thank you, Cliff.
Thank you.
Councilor Clark.
I move that the city council authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with West Yost Engineering in the amount of $219,120 for updating the city's wastewater facilities plan.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Councilor Holt seconds the motion. Any further questions? Council will proceed to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Cliff.
Thank you.
We move to item 6C, which is a public hearing and public contracting rules. So first we'll have a report from Mr. Piper.
Thank you, Mayor Stram. City Councilors, the item before you is a resolution of the Joint City Council and Local Contract Review Board opting out of the Attorney General's Model Public Contracting Rules and amending public contracting rules for the City of Creswell. We've done this in the past, most recently in 2016. Every time the Attorney General does some rulemaking and changes the rules at the state level, our attorney looks at those rules and then makes a recommendation to update our rules to be in compliance. This is primarily a housekeeping item. It won't change significantly the way we function. I would suggest you read the 91-page contracting rules if you are having trouble sleeping at night. We do dive into those, specifically into the sections as a work group here at City of Creswell, and then talk to our attorney whenever we're going into a contracting situation to make sure that we're meeting the state requirements. My recommendation is that the City Council adopt this resolution and adopt these revised rules.
Okay. So, councilors, in this regard, we function as both the City Council and the Local Contract Review Board all at the same time. So I believe that now we will go into the public hearing, and then we will have an opportunity to further converse with Jim about this. So the City Council will conduct a public hearing on resolution number 2023-05, a joint resolution of the City Council and Local Contract Review Board opting out of the Attorney General's Model Public Contracting Rules and amending public contracting rules for the City of Creswell. And the Council wishes to hear from anyone who is interested in commenting on this ordinance. Please come forward to the podium, state your name, and address us about public contracting rules. So we're now going to open up the public hearing. If you wish to speak, please come up to the podium and announce your name and address us. Open the hearing. All right, that closes the public hearing. Now, council, it's your opportunity for any further questions for Jim and then council discussion. Do you have any further questions for Mr. Piper? Council members? I guess you can sit right back down. All right, I'm now entertaining a motion on item 6C, Resolution 2023-05, a joint resolution of the City Council and Local Contract Review Board opting out of the Attorney General's model public contracting rules and amending public contracting rules for the City of Creswell. I'm entertaining a motion on this item. Councilor Castillo.
I move to approve resolution number 2023-05, a joint resolution of the City Council and Local Public Contract Review Board opting out of the Attorney General's model public contracting rules for the City of Creswell.
I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second from Councilor Shuck. Any further discussion? Council will proceed to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously.
And we scroll past the 91-page document.
Should have put bookmark in there for you.
All right, now we move on to the back page side, which is item D, public hearing ordinance number 555, an ordinance amending Creswell Municipal Code Title 13 to add a new chapter adopting a transportation utility fee. And we hear first from Mr. Piper.
Thank you, Mayor, City Councilors. The item you have before you is an item that has been brought to the council in 2 work sessions and a City Council meeting where we were asked to come back again to this meeting, and the council wanted to consider this at the meeting after the public had had a chance to hear more about the TUF. The last work session, we were advised to send out some letters to all the businesses. We sent out 121 letters to each of the businesses that were in our utility billing system. And with those letters, it explained how the fee was to be charged, the square footage of the building per the assessor's records, and the total amount of the fee should the council pass this ordinance. Last week I spent time talking to at least 3 businesses a day, which has been pretty challenging being that it's budget season, as you're aware. And then Councilor Smith also reached out to me and asked for a list of the businesses so that he could reach out as well. So I really appreciate that, Councilor Smith. As far as the process for the TUF fee, it's laid out in the ordinance. It's pretty well written as to why it's needed, what it will be spent on, how much it will be. It also points out the waivers and the appeal process that are allowed under the ordinance. I've received a lot of feedback, both positive and negative. Those who expressed concerns, I asked them to come tonight and speak to the City Council and let you know their concerns. As far as the fee itself, it will end up in the street fund. As you're aware, we just got our audit done. We get it done every year. The street fund is a major fund. It is audited as a major fund. And it also is audited under Oregon minimum standards for budget law to make sure that those funds are spent on street funds. I can't think of a fund that's more scrutinized from an auditing perspective. I hope that the council has good questions tonight and that I can answer them all.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. We move from there to the public hearing. Council will conduct a public hearing on ordinance number 555, an ordinance amending Creswell Municipal Code Title 13 to add a new chapter adopting a transportation utility fee. The council wishes to hear from anyone who's interested in commenting on this ordinance. Please come forward to the podium and state your name. And we do have a number of individuals who've signed up to speak. And when these individuals have concluded their speaking, the public hearing will remain open. And if you would like to speak, then come to the podium and announce your name, and then please speak to this matter. The first speaker is Mr. Ed Gunderson.
I want to applaud the city council and the staff for the wonderful job they did of providing information about the TUF, especially the column in the paper. It explained everything clearly.
Thank you.
So unlike what some people think, the information was out there. I'm Ed Gunderson, longtime resident of Creswell, 593A Street. Our roads need repair, but we have expanded them, leading to more traffic and higher speeds as witnessed on A Street. A 1% increase in pavement leads to a 1% increase in traffic. A TUF is a subsidy for those who can afford to drive the most. It further reduces the true cost of operating a motor vehicle to the detriment of local retail businesses and residents by encouraging driving through and out of town. Small towns across Oregon have lost retail business to big box stores as we have shifted the burden of road construction and use from the roadway user to the general taxpayer. Motor vehicle operation has become less costly per mile relative to income, encouraging a doubling of miles driven in ever heavier vehicles over the last 40 years. How long before the TUF is over $180 a year like other small cities in Oregon? I'm referring to for a property owner. We need to reduce pavement and traffic to protect our small town quality of life. The TUF will encourage the opposite. Road maintenance should be funded by those degrading the roads. Choose an equitable solution rather than a legal defense for the inequitable, which I see the TUF as being. But I also don't think we need a public vote on how our roads are repaired. I do trust the council, you're my elected representatives, this is a representative government, to make a good decision. But I don't think the TUF is equitable or really in the long term serves our best interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Monica Knight.
Okay. Well, my name's Monica Knight, and I'm a longtime resident of Creswell, probably one of the longest residents here. My family came in about 1925, and I've been here over 60 years. So I came tonight for some clarity on the TUF, because I know you guys think you did a good job of getting the word out, but I knew nothing about the TUF until Friday when I was at the museum. I volunteered there and I opened up the mail and I saw the letter about the TUF. So immediately I started calling people and asking people if they knew about it, because I had no knowledge of it whatsoever. I do agree with some of the businesses about how it's going to be passed on to residents and then they're going to be double taxed. I don't agree with Jenny Carmichael's comment about, I don't think people move to Creswell for the roads. I think they come here, they see what they're going to get when they move here, and it doesn't stop them. I agree we need to have some road repairs, but when the roads are repaired, I hope they're done properly, because 3rd Street is not done right. And it was repaired several years back. And it's just like on F Street, 3rd Street, when you come up on North 3rd Street to Oregon Avenue, it's extremely dangerous. And I was told by the county sheriffs that it was done improperly. And I don't know who was responsible for that. But so if the tough fee goes through, I do hope there's some oversight and to make sure that any repairs are done, correctly. I do worry about low income and fixed income people having to, with this tax or this fee. I also worry about nonprofits such as the museum. We don't have much traffic there, and we're on a tight budget, and so every fee we get, we have the safety fee, and now if you pass this, we'll have the utility fee. I know we can appeal, which I didn't know about that until tonight. But I also think that the fee is somewhat unfair because I was told, and I don't know if this is right, but I was told residents are gonna be charged $4 and apartments are $2.75. But I don't see what the difference is because apartments will have 1 or 2 cars, just like a residence will have 1 or 2 cars. I don't know what the fee is based on. So I'm hoping that you will postpone this vote and think about it. Maybe there's some other more equitable way that that you can get the funding for the roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Our next speaker is Jack Gradle.
Jack Gradle, I'm on North Fifth Street, and with the tough, I don't like it, but I will support it. I would much rather see the increase in gas tax, but historically, everybody gets really upset with it, at least with the gas tax. People that are using it are paying for it, one way or another. We need to fix these streets because in 10, 15 years, if we don't do the maintenance on it, it's going to be 3 times as much or better to fix those streets. They have a lifespan. If they're not maintained, it's going to be more expensive to fix them. So at this point, since the city won't support the gas tax, or the people of the city won't support the gas tax, I'll support the tough fees, because we need to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Can I ask a question? Or do I up at the podium?
Sure, come up and ask the question.
As he was speaking, I was just wondering, the utility fee, is it gonna go up every year like the safety fee? Or is it, if we went up with a gas tax, would it stay at a certain amount? Whereas the utility fee will be going up in increments?
And we will address that when we're done with the public hearing. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to address the council during the public hearing about the transportation utility fee? Now's your opportunity.
Hi everybody, my name is Pedro, I own Los Cabos, and I received a letter, and I don't know, we have to sign something here, but I agree whatever they say here, but I think the last one is too high. $150, 151 a month, I think it's too much for us. I can support the much I can, but we don't have that money enough to support the business and hire this tax. We have to pay property taxes, we have to pay a lot of pays in the restaurant. Maybe some people know, maybe some people they don't know. And I support you guys, whatever you do. I think you're doing right, but what I say is too high for us.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Can you tell me what all the figures are for your business?
It's in the corner, downstairs.
The notice that you got? The highest fee is $151. What's the next?
We got it 150 for I think for year, per month,
Right.
150. So I think it's a little high for us. I support what I say, but I think it's high. You know? Yeah. so-
Does it have, does the letter to the businesses have the other tiers, Jim?
Let's address that in a moment, okay? Because Jim will come back up and we can address that question,
Thank you.
okay?
Thank you, sir, for being here.
Well, thank you for
We
listening.
appreciate you.
My interest is to board, but I try to express what I'm feeling and what are we doing. I had 26 years in this business here. I remember when this place go downstairs, this is a little thing in the ground, and we support this community for many years.
Yes.
So I like it to express what we feel. And well, I understand you guys too, everybody works for here too, and we're happy to see you guys here and work for Creswell. We walk in the same boat. So you better consider this tax a little bit. That will scare us, but still, in a year, it's $1,800 and some dollars. And plus the property taxes, and many pays coming behind, we pay a lot of things. It's not too easy to support the business like that. Okay? So, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Thank you, everyone.
Would anyone else like to come and address the council at the top?
My name is Bill Kent. After sitting next to Ed, he bought my vote, but I'd just like to say, if there's a way to really get on the stick and reconsider the gas tax, I live just outside of the growth boundary of Creswell. So I wouldn't get to vote on it either, no matter what you did. But I feel like we ought to probably pay something because we use the roads here. And with a gas tax, we and everybody else in the surrounding area that comes in and uses the roads in Creswell would be paying something. I've heard arguments saying that I'll be paying anyway every time I go across to Bi-Mart, but I'm not sure about that since Bi-Mart being a large corporation, each store can't just raise and lower its prices on goods, so I don't think Bi-Mart could pass it on. But I'm sure the Mexican restaurant would try and pass it on if they could. So I guess I kind of would like to see how we rethink about a gas tax that would seem to spread it around a little bit more. Anyway, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, one more opportunity. Anybody who'd like to speak? All right, we'll close our public hearing. So Jim, if you'd come back up, one of the questions addressed by Monica had to do with, and it's in the ordinance, the process for, on an annual basis, examining the TUF and determining the amount. Could you address that?
Sure, Mayor. The process is much like the water rate and sewer rate. It'll go to the Water Rate Advisory Committee every year to see how much was collected, how much was reserved, and how much was spent, and to keep tabs on the progress of that fee on an annual basis. The committee can recommend the council raise the fee if they see a need for it. Then it would require a public hearing for a fee increase. There'd have to be a resolution. The council would have to adopt that resolution. So there is a process.
So it's reviewed annually, and the council could increase it, decrease it, leave it the same, or actually do away with it altogether.
But we have to have a public hearing, it's not just a,
Right, there would have to be a public hearing.
it's a public hearing after the Water Rate Advisory Board gives a recommendation.
I don't think so.
Manager?
When we're creating an ordinance, we do, but when we're adjusting fees, those come from the Water Advisory Committee to the council just for information, but then they go direct to the Budget Committee, to the budget preparation process, and then the Budget Committee actually acts upon all the fees. Is that correct?
That would be the process. However, as city council, you have the right at any time to address any of these issues and make any kind of amendments to them that you wish. So it's not a closed process. But yeah, normally it would go to the committee. The committee would make a recommendation. The recommendation would go into the proposed budget. The proposed budget would be presented to the budget committee. There would be deliberations at the budget committee. There would be a public hearing. The budget committee would make a recommendation to the city council. The city council holds a public hearing on the budget every year, and then the city council would make a decision.
Thank you, Manager Amberg. Yes, I left out the budget committee part of the process as well. So there would be many meetings before the fee would be raised as part of the budget process.
Well, there's no automatic increase every year. We have a public safety fee that pays for our patrol officer through Lane County Sheriff. And that is, this year, Lane County passed on to us a 7% increase. So they passed that on to us. So if we want to continue with 5 deputies, we pay the 7% increase, and that gets passed on. That's not the same as how this fee would work, in that we're assessing what we need to do on our roads, and do we need more, do we need less, do we keep it the same? So it's not an automatic adjustment each year. Manager Amber.
I think it's also important to stress that this is not expected to do a road project a year either. So we're not looking at, okay, so we spent this year's money, we're gonna have to raise next year's. We actually what we're looking at is combining revenue sources over a period of time to do a project once every 3 years. So the likelihood that the rate would need to be raised would probably be more on a 3-year cycle than a 1-year cycle.
Okay. Were there any other questions that were raised that we want to have Jim address? Councilor Shuck?
I am saddened that everybody that spoke earlier in the beginning of our meeting couldn't remain with us. A couple of people mentioned system development charges. And from my time as a planning commissioner, I'm aware of how that process is, but I thought it might be beneficial for those that are watching online and those that may want to watch this stream later, if you could explain why all of our road funding does not come from the system development charges.
Thank you. Yes.
You don't mind me putting you on the spot?
No, it's a good question.
Thank you, Director.
There are many funding sources for streets, and system development charges, or we'll call them SDCs for short, are collected at the time of development to pay into the system, essentially to increase capacity in the existing system. So SDC funds cannot be used for road maintenance projects. They can only be used to put in new streets, to widen the street. When I say widen the street, let's say you widen the street by 10%, you can use the funds to pay for the 10%. The 90% is coming out of other funding sources. We mentioned in previous meetings, local improvement districts will also be used to pay for the street projects. And I think there was a question about that from people who spoke earlier. The LID will pay for about 20% of the project, and that's the curb gutter sidewalks. So about 10% of the project on each side is a rough estimate that our engineers give us. So there's a lot of funding mechanisms that go into street funding. STCs are just one of them.
And how SDCs can be used by the city, the municipality, is under state rule and regulation, and we're audited, so I just would like to say for the record, it's not something that Creswell staff nor counselors have made up, that no, we don't use system development fees for that. It is actually a regulated process.
Correct.
Thank you, Director.
There was a question raised by Monica, what is the fee based on? And so could you summarize how the fee is calculated for businesses, and that would relate to both our museum and also Pedro at Los Cabos, how that fee is formulated?
So the fee is formulated, first of all, on the needs. So we have a total amount that we're trying to achieve every year. As we noted earlier, it's $255,000 a year is our funding gap to complete projects in a 3-year cycle as opposed to a 6-year cycle under our current revenue streams. The ITE, or the Institute of Traffic Engineers Manual, which is on the 9th edition, is used by consultants that work in this area of expertise. It's used to calculate STC fees based on what is known in that manual as trip counts. What that is vehicle trips that are counted to each type of development, each type of land use. So a restaurant will have a specific ITE code, and then underneath restaurants, there's several different types of restaurants. Ones with drive-through windows have a special code because they're going to generate more traffic. For instance, high-quality restaurants tend not to turn people over as quickly, so they have a lower trip count than a fast food restaurant. So each of these establishments have a trip generation count, and this is done over decades throughout the country, and so we have an established trip count in the manual to go by. A single-family dwelling, for example, for average daily trips is 10 trips, or roughly 10 trips. It's like 9 point and some decimal, almost to 10 trips. We have broken down the business or non-resident categories into two counts, under 40 and 40 and over, to simplify things. Our billing system can't handle hundreds of ITE code numbers and trip counts. So the trip counts then put you in a category of high traffic, low traffic. And from that, if you take the average trips per household at $4, about 10 trips, you can see that over 40 trips is going to put you at about 4 times that. We have capped it at 40 trips, which helped some of the restaurants that were really going to be charged a much higher fee, as we found out in the first rate model that we did with 6 different categories. This one's more simplified. Now the ITE manual takes those trips and multiplies it by the square footage of the building. So the ordinance is based on developed building space. So somebody could have a huge lot of that's undeveloped, and they're going to pay 0 until such development's done. But in this case, I was looking at Los Cabos letter, and it looks like they've got 9,000 square feet, 9,000 square feet, so it's 9 times. And they're a restaurant, so they're high traffic generating business. 9 times $16.81, it adds up. What I will say is that there are waivers, there are exemptions, and I think for these individual businesses that fall under this, there needs to be some time for them to come and talk to us, which is why we sent the letters out. and they need to start applying. I've already actually had somebody send me an email with exactly that, because until this is passed, we don't have a form to apply for that waiver. So I had a gentleman who I talked to who got the letter, who wanted to apply for a waiver for the circumstances, and I encouraged him to send me an email so that Manager Amber can look at that and make a determination. So I would implore, Monica, that you do the same thing, that you reach out to us and we look at the circumstances of the Historical Society and make sure that that's paid fairly. You as well, at Las Cobos, Pedro, correct? Pedro, well, let's talk about your fee, because that's a lot of square
You're looking at the
footage.
whole building or just in the street, north to west?
It may be the whole building, it's what we pulled up from the assessor's
There's
website.
no traffic, no, nothing like that.
Yeah, in that case, Manager Amber, I need to have a talk and we'll look at your fee.
But if we get waivers, then you're passing, I mean, you're gonna have to get the money that you would have gotten from us, from somebody else, so is somebody else's fee gonna be going up?
That's gonna be it.
More than likely, the answer to that question is no, because the fee will be the same. 93% of the fee is residential, and that's going to be $4. What we're going to do is we may have a budget shortage. We're estimating how much this is going to bring in, and until we actually have the first year in our books, we won't know exactly.
Is there a difference between apartments and houses though?
Yes.
And why is that?
The IT study shows that apartments generate fewer trips.
Why? Because they have the same amount of cars, I would think, as a resident. Because a lot of residents only have one car.
Well, but they have families, and it's based on, it's like the average family is 3.2 children. Nobody has 0.2 children, but that's the way that it's calculated. So it's the number of trips. So if you're taking your kid you may have 2 cars, and somebody in an apartment may have 2 cars, but an apartment dweller is less likely to have the family size as a single family residence.
I was thinking like the apartments down on F Street, they have families, I mean, they have kids. So they have as many trips as somebody in a house with kids.
That's just how the trips are calculated. It's calculated based on a metric formula that comes from the engineering book.
I can't state where I read this, but in my research book prior to our work session in February, the single-family residence home is a certain percentage of those homes have landscaping and housekeeping and other services that come to the home, where generally an apartment complex does not have a landscaper. So I'm just gonna throw this out there, like 12% of all homeowners have housekeepers, and that is somehow figured into the single-family residence.
Manager Amberg.
The number isn't a number, it's an average. It's not a specific thing. It's not house by house by house by house. We're not going to go out and count the number of cars at each house. What it is it's a national average. So there's going to be some people who get a great deal, and there's going to be some people who don't. We have 2 cars, no kids. I can walk to work. I'm gonna pay the same as every other single-family residence in Creswell, even though I don't drive that much in Creswell. So it's an average. It's not a specific, it's not intended to be a specific number. It's intended to be an average.
Hold on a second, I want to make sure we've addressed the question. Monica, we addressed the question?
I think so, but I was just kind of curious, like the Creswell Villa or Crest Villa, are those considered apartments or are those considered, because I would hate to see each one of them be charged the fee. I don't know. Because I doubt if they're driving much.
If the Creswell Villa comes to us and asks us to take a look at their fee, we will take a look at their fee and make sure that it's as fair as possible.
Okay, do you have a follow-up question related?
Related to this, yes. I have specifically to the ITE itself. I tried to do some research on the manual itself on because I'm a data person and I want to know the source of that data. And I found it very difficult to find that because what I learned is that you have to be a member of their association in order to get at that data, and I wasn't going to pay the $900 to become a member to actually look at it. So what I did learn, what I could garner from their information was that data used is provided by outside parties on a volunteer basis. It is not clear from my research what market share that data represents, nor is it clear the regions the data provided were sourced from or the size of businesses or municipalities that participate in providing data to the service. So I want to know if you have the answer to that.
I do not have the answer to that. That's not my area of expertise. That is what traffic engineers do. Manager Hamburg might be able to answer that.
The only answer I can give you to that is that the courts have deemed it's a standard that they will accept. And therefore it's used for this purpose.
Okay, so I think at this point, we've closed the public hearing. And I think it's time now for the council to deliberate and to discuss.
Can I ask one more question, Mayor?
Yes, is it Manager Amber?
I just have a little interesting data point to share with you. We were talking about this with Faye because obviously Cottage Grove is going through the same problem we are, and they have a gas tax. And he told us that last year their gas tax was in the neighborhood of $400,000. This year it's in the neighborhood of $300,000. So the gas tax, while it is a source of revenue and is something that we can look into, it is going down quickly and will not provide a sustainable source of funding over the long term.
Okay. Councilor Shepherd.
Thank you. I could not find it in my packet. I know that Vanita just went through this process, and to Manager Amberg's point, as folks are moving to bicycle and electric vehicles, the gas tax is something that they deliberated on as well. Can you remind me of what Vanita adopted for a single family home? Was it $7 per month?
I actually got some input on that today.
Okay, thank you.
And they did a $4 a month.
They did 4.
Yeah, that's what I was told by.
Councilor Clark.
Sorry, I just had a couple of questions based off of things that came up tonight that I wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to address. So I heard a statement from one of the individuals who came tonight that said that business owners will shoulder the majority of the fees. And so I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what percentage of customers are single users, what percentage of customers are business owners?
It's a great question, and 93% of them are single-family dwelling, or household users, sorry, not single-family dwelling, but 93% of them are households. 7% are the businesses, are non-residential. We're counting churches and other type of organizations as well. And the revenue from both of those groups is about equal. I think that was the concern that the impact, the traffic impact was shared equitably.
So I remember at the first meeting with Steve Donovan, he said of 96% residents. So but 93% equal. So Monica, we're not gonna have, we're done with the input. This is now council discussion deliberation with staff. But thank you. Okay, I believe Stacy Holt, Councilor Holt.
I do. I want to address the outreach that you guys did. I've been seeing that on Facebook. I've been seeing that on the city website. I think that's really great. As I perused through the communications and the outreach, I was not seeing anywhere originally that discussed the fact that this would be a subject for review on a yearly basis and could be raised on a yearly basis. That was not well put out there. I finally did find it buried in an answer to a Q&A section. That is the only place I saw it. That disappoints me because I think that to fully inform our constituents, they need to have all the moving parts, and that is an important moving part. And so my question to you is the letters to the businesses that you talked about earlier, did they have that information included in them?
I'd have to look at that. I don't know that they did. I don't think that was included in the letter.
Okay. So council, we are on item 60, ordinance number 555. And I'm entertaining a motion on this item. And I'm going to go ahead and make the motion. I move that the City Council adopt ordinance number 555, an ordinance amending Creswell Municipal Code Title 13 to add a new chapter adopting a transportation utility fee. Is there a second?
Read it twice by title.
Twice by title, thank you. I move that the City Council adopt ordinance number 555, an ordinance amending Creswell Municipal Code Title 13 to add a new chapter adopting a transportation utility fee. Is there a second? Councilor Clark seconds the motion. Now, council, we're open for debate, discussion, and then we will vote. Councilor Holt.
I have a couple things I'd like to read here. I did a little bit of homework concerning this because a lot of my constituents have voiced how they feel that this feels like a tax and not a fee. So I did a little homework and I want to read a little bit of this to you. A couple quote from case law, Brewster versus City of Pocatello, Supreme Court of Idaho, March 2nd, 1989. And I think, and I'm reading this information because I think what they say in here is very important. We agree with the appellants that municipalities at times provide sewer, water, and electrical services to its residents. However, those services in one way or another are based on users' consumption of the particular commodity, as are fees imposed for public services such as the recording of wills or filing legal actions. In general sense, a fee is a charge for a direct public service rendered to the particular consumer, while a tax is a forced contribution by the public at large to meet public needs. Even assuming that a city possessed authority to declare all of its streets subject to the payment of a toll, such would not justify the imposition of a fee upon an owner or occupier of the property adjacent to such a toll facility solely because of such occupancy or ownership. In any event, such a scheme would certainly require authorizing legislation. I also want to read from another case law, Emerson College versus City of Boston, 1984, and I think this is a section where they have defined the characteristics of a fee. Characteristics of fees related to, there's three characteristics. One, it's related to a benefit. Two, it's voluntary. Three, it's earmarked. So, related to benefit, they are charged in exchange for a particular governmental service which benefits the party paying the fee. I'll read number 3 first. Earmarked. The charges are collected not to raise revenue, but to compensate the governmental entity providing the service for its expenses. Now, let's talk about voluntary. Voluntary. The party paying the fee has the option of not utilizing the governmental service and thereby avoiding the charge. in a general sense, and a little more on voluntariness, and this is still quoting from Emerson College versus City of Boston. In a general sense, a fee is a charge for a direct public service rendered to the particular consumer, while a tax is a forced contribution by the public to meet public needs. So with that said, I would like to make a motion to amend the original motion. I would like to amend the first part of the motion, rather than I move that the city council adopt.
If I might call Robert's Rules of Order here.
Yes.
You cannot amend the motion. Only the person who made the motion can amend the motion. You can put in a second motion after the first motion dies.
Okay. I was going to put it to the voters for the record.
Okay, council discussion, debate.
I'll go.
Councilor Smith.
Thank you. I did work with Jim, and he did give me a laundry list, and I did the best I could. I did reach out. I probably made contact with at least 25. I focus on the businesses first. Although personally the fee doesn't bother me that much, I do want to support it. However, with that being said, residential, commercial, I found that most people did want a say and they did want to vote. And my biggest concern was that myself, all of us here would have to pay twice. Most businesses can absorb some of it, but if they're any kind of entrepreneur, they're going to pass it along, and I don't want to pay $48 twice. And I think we're close. I don't know if this is the answer. I feel like we're close. We've got to continue to discuss amongst ourselves, our neighbors, business owners, and find another way, another avenue of thought that we can all fairly pay. I think we all need the roads. We all enjoy Creswell. So with the research that I've done, I feel like we're there, but we're not quite there. So I would second Stacy. I want to send it to the voters and see what we do there. And then also start developing other opportunities where we can raise the money to fix the roads, maintain the roads, and just find something that everyone else can agree on a little bit better.
Okay, other councilors? Councilor Shutt.
I am fearful of kicking the can down the road. We have had this, we've been discussing this gap in funding for roads this entire fiscal year and a portion of the year prior. And that's my concern. I don't know what the answer is, but I hear my fellow councilors and their concerns. And we heard from at least one business owner who said it was a surprise and they just learned about it from their landlord, even though letters went out, even though we've done a great job on social media, even though the mayor provided information to the Chronicle. We've had the Road Hawk Committee was, there were citizens on that committee and they worked very hard, including one of our local owners of the 76 gas station. And we discussed quite, passionately, the probability of a gas tax getting passed, and did not feel like that would be accepted by voters. So the Road Ad Hoc Committee brought the best solution they found, to be feasible, I guess, for lack of a better word, feasible. I don't know. I don't want to be redundant, but I'm very afraid that we're going to get into next budget cycle and we're still going to be talking about this. And then Cliff staff is going to be tasked with looking the other way at all these road projects. And it's going to be what former counselor was here tonight spoke about, that it's just going to get passed on. And we can't do that. We have we need roads. They're gonna continue to deteriorate, and the cost for repair is gonna continue to go up. Thank you.
Councillor Holt.
I think this question's probably for for Grace, but I'm not sure. I'm curious to know if and when the TUF does pass, how long would the citizens have to initiate a referendum to gather signatures to overturn our decision?
I don't know the date, but it would probably be for the November election.
I'm curious how much time they would have. Would it be 30 days? Would it be 60 days?
They would have until the deadline for the election, as set by the state. So we'd have to research that, but they would have some time.
And can I ask one more procedural question? Is the rule that we can't amend an original motion unless we made the original motion our rule?
No, that's Robert's Rules of Order.
That's interesting. Okay, thank you.
Unless the person who made the motion agrees to the amendment, then you can amend it. But the original motion stands because it was seconded, so it has to actually go through the full process of being voted on before it can be put to bed.
That's not my understanding, but I'll go with it because I don't have Robert's rules right in front of me.
Well, we use the booklet that we gave you, and it's in there.
Councillor Clark.
So I guess I just wanted to address, a couple of the things that were said tonight were, statements around, did you run for this position based off of the fact that you were going to increase taxes, or did the voters know what it is that your platform was when you ran for the position? And so I guess I just want to reflect a little bit about when I decided to run for city council. One of the things that I put in writing as one of my platforms that I felt very passionately about is that the budget is an indicator of the values that you hold, right? So what you choose to fund is what it is that you value within your city. And so, and I often do this within our city council meetings, but I look to the back wall where I look to the mission statement of the city of Creswell. The city of Creswell exists to provide quality, reliable, and affordable city services to city residents and businesses, creating a safe, livable, attractive community with a unique small town atmosphere. And so I center those values in the decisions that I make. And I hope that our budget, this $255,000 a year funding gap, is what is being proposed is not beyond that $255,000 a year funding gap. I hope that we are centering the values of a safe, livable, attractive city, right, in the work that we do, and infrastructure is part of that. What we've heard previously is that if we don't do a project, or if we don't increase funding, we can't do a project more than once every 6 years, which means it's 18 years between 1 and 3 streets that gets funded. And as we've also heard in other settings, is that roads have about a 20-year lifespan. And so if we are waiting this long between the ability to maintain our roads, we are not helping our city thrive. We are not helping our citizens thrive. We are not creating a safe, livable, attractive community with a unique small town atmosphere. We heard tonight about some individuals who had very real safety concerns for one of the streets that is, I think, the highest on the list in terms of needing to get addressed. And we have to pay for that somehow, right? We want to create a safe, livable, attractive community. And so I wish that magic, or that money could magically appear. I wish it could, and it doesn't. And so I think that we have to make a decision. I think we have to make a hard decision about what we value. And I value our roads.
Well, I'll speak for a minute.
Can I ask a real quick question?
I think I want to
Okay.
speak first.
Okay.
Then you may.
Okay.
This is a really hard decision, and for myself, and I can't speak for the rest of the council, but I don't think any of us has a sentiment of wanting to put a hardship on people who live in Creswell. Because we're all neighbors. A lot of us have lived there a long time, and we do business, and we eat out. And none of us is interested in putting a hardship on our fellow Creswellians. We have to balance that with that we were elected to do a job for the city of Creswell, and that job is reflected in the mission. And that job has to do, primarily with providing the services of water and sewer, and sanitation, and public safety, and roads. And I've kind of whittled it down in my mind, those are the 5 essential things we have to do. We have to make sure that those things are provided. So a number of years ago, we were faced with increasing crime and a lot of concern from Creswellians that we had 2 deputies. 2. And it wasn't enough. And but we didn't have the revenue because Creswell actually has a very low property tax rate. We needed to raise revenue somehow. Well, where was it going to come from to have more deputies? And so we did go through quite a process, and we had public meetings, and we asked people, how about increasing your property tax, a new tax for public safety? And we got a resounding no. But it was interesting, we got a resounding yes from Creswellians saying, we want more deputies. So then the question was, well, how are we going to pay for it? And the answer was, put a fee on our utility bill that is in direct correlation to what it costs to hire 1 more deputy. So it was very much dedicated and audited. 1 deputy cost X amount of dollars, and that year we put a fee on everybody's bill. It was $6. Many of you remember that. And we had 3 deputies, and it cost us $6. Well, over the next 8-9 years, we talked about it. We said 3 was not enough. We needed to have a 4th one. And again, the answer was, put it on our fee, we'll pay it. And then a 5th one. So now we have 5 deputies, and we pay $17 a month, some odd, for 5 deputies. So we've been through a process that's very much like this, providing a direct service to our citizens. The money's not there in property taxes. The state and federal government's not going to give us money. So the citizens of Creswell said, we don't want to pay any more taxes. Charge us a fee. One of the problems with the taxes, there's a certain amount that you lose of that tax that goes into administration that goes someplace else who does the administration before you get the tax dollars back. So it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. You lose some money in the process. So the Creswellians said, we don't want another tax, but we'll have a fee for what we're getting. So, and I very much encourage what Jim said, is that 93% of people that pay this are residents, and 7% are businesses. And I think the appeal process is a good process. It's spelled out here how any business or individual can appeal the process and have a hearing, and the decision is made by the city council on a case-by-case basis. So the decision not made by our manager, decision on an appeal is made by the city council. So 30 cities in Oregon currently have a TUF. It's been challenged. It's been challenged. And if it's challenged again, it'll be challenged again. But the TUF is an accepted methodology across the nation for collecting fees for a service provided, which is roads. We look in our own Lane County. Coburg has one. Florence has one. We go beyond. I've driven through many of these communities, as you have too. And small communities like ours are having a hard time paying for roads. How do we do it? It has to come out of our pockets. The government's not going to give us more money for roads. I'm not inclined to think people will vote for another tax. So this is one of those really, really hard decisions that we as a council has to make. Okay, I believe Councilor Holt.
I just want to clarify that we do have funding for roads. We just have funding for roads where we can only do major projects every 6 years instead of every 3, which is what we're trying to accomplish with this TUF. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Thank you.
But I will also respond, as our consultant said, time is your enemy. Our roads are deteriorating at such a fast rate that by the time we maintain or build new roads, they are so much more exponentially expensive, and they're wearing out faster than we're fixing them. And I've lived here some 40 years, and most of the roads I drive in Creswell every day are the same roads I drove 40 years ago, and they're breaking up. And many of them, I believe, Cliff could answer this, our engineer has said, they're really beyond repair, they are failed. Is that accurate?
For a certain amount, that is accurate. Correct.
All right, other councilors who would like to speak to this? If not, then we will proceed to vote. All those in favor, please raise their hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes with Councilors Holt and Smith in opposition. Because it was not a unanimous vote, an ordinance that is not unanimous at the first vote goes to a second vote, at which it needs to simply pass by a majority. So this vote will come back to the City Council in May and will be voted on once again. And if it passes by a majority, it will go into effect 30 days after. All right, we move now to,
Mayor?
yes, Manager Amber.
May I add just to that little caveat that if it passes in May, the ordinance will take effect, but the fee will not take effect until July 1st.
Thank you. Okay. We are down to item number 7, which is upcoming meetings and events, and then we are at the adjournment. So with that, we are adjourned.
I see the